Good morning, everyone. We are going to start soon. Prasadila, kindly cooperate. Hello, dear participants. Sorry for the interruption. Soon session would start. Session would start very soon. Kindly cooperate. Good morning, sir. Dr. Prasad. Sir, have you joined the session?
Hi, everyone.
Good morning, sir. Sir, are you Dr. Prasad?
Yes, ma'am.
Please start your session, sir. We are actually waiting.
Yeah, there is some miscommunication regarding the timing. So,
sorry for that, sir. Sorry for that.
no, yeah, I'm sorry for being late to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Please start your session, sir.
Sure. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So let's continue from where we have stopped yesterday. Hope you are able to install Angular CLI, right? So after installing Angular CLI, have you seen something like this? So ng is the command which actually invokes the Angular CLI things. So if you see here ngJS, this is a high level no, it's taking Node.js and it is if you can say Angular CLI requires a minimum Node.js of this 14.2 and this. Okay. So Angular CLI is completely based on Node.js. All the commands that are run are all node-based commands. So there is a concept of system path variables. If any one of you are having issues in understanding, if they type node in the command prompt and they couldn't find anything, probably you need to change the environmental variables path. You can add a new variable. If you see here, this is what the path for Angular in this local system for this particular user. So you may try by typing something like npm run ng new test. Excuse me, I should be in another directory. So can anyone let me know what happened when you type new and something like project name? You can type in the chat box. You can get all these comments from the Angular official website. ng and new are the commands for Angular CLI commands. Ng is where it denotes that it is going to be Angular CLI based command, and new is for the it indicates it is going to be a new project, and this is a project name. So have any of you started on tried that after setting the environment? So just go with this command, ng new and your project name. Probably we'll be sparing some 4-5 minutes here to understand, and if anyone is successful to get it, probably you can share your screen so that others who haven't tried or having any trouble can view that. Can someone let me know if it was successful, or if you're having any issues? So what I can do is I can just continue giving the demo on the solution I have in my system. Can anyone take the initiation? And if you have tried, can you please let me know? Or if you're having trouble also, please let me know so that we can see what we could do here. Yeah, if it's asking for routing, you can say yes. You can just type Y. So Asfaq Ali, can you share your screen? Ali sir, can you share your screen? Host disabled. Okay. Second. Let me check if I could do that.
So please try now, sir.
Yeah. Ali sir, can you try now? Now I could see the screen, sir. So if you scroll a little bit to the top where you have entered the command, yeah, it's a ng new my first project. So this is the practical implementation of what we are seeing on the Angular website. So the first question it is going to ask is, would you like to add some routing? So routing is like where we can go from one path to another path. That is logically the address in the address bar changes. For example, if you're taking like mybus.com/tickets or /reservations, so that /tickets/reservations, that is the path that is going to be changed. So that will be used for different reasons. Even we can manage without routing. That is the reason it is kept as optional. And here we have selected yes, and yeah, it next asks about the style sheets. We can either go with CSS or SCSS. When we are into more advanced styling, we'll be understanding what all this are meant for. But as of now, we can go with CSS. Just press enter, sir. So let's go with CSS. You may type enter, so that it will go to the next step. We have seen some error, image conflict on path. Okay. So can you create one directory, new directory, like say MD? Yeah, if you have any other directory, you can change to switch to that directory, or you can create a new directory with the command MD. Just give you some name. Okay, then switch to the directory. Yeah, enter, and now you try the command again, ng new the project name here. So as I was mentioning yesterday, no, for routing you can proceed with yes, and CSS enter. Yeah, it's going on. See, if you say observe here, it's adding all the required files. So we call it as a basic template. So it changes with the version. It changes with the Angular version. So you can see it's installing packages, and in the there you can observe that it says npm. So installing npm packages. So as we have seen what is npm yesterday. So when a Angular first new project of Angular is created, we might be requiring some at least 8 to 10 basic packages for it to work. So those all packages are being added. So it takes time always when we are creating an Angular project based on the internet speed and the system performance. But yeah, just give it a time and it will be done. So the packages are installed successfully, and just you can switch to the new project. So you can say cd space my first project, my first project, which is a project name. Yeah. So if you have VS Code installed, or first what we can do is we can see what are all copied to this folder. So you can just do dir command. Press enter, sir. So a new project is created by the name my first project, and we could say around 9 files and 5 directories. So I'll explain. Understanding these files is very much important. So .editor config .git ignore .vs code. So the files which are of type hidden files will be starting with some dot and the file purpose. Editor config is basically for all the editor, which was the editor we use, VS Code or any editor. So that the configuration related to tab spaces, etc., can be maintained. And git ignore is for when if we are going to use git, so all the git related history will be maintained in that files. And VS Code, we almost go with 99% VS Code. So VS Code related configuration will be saved here. Then Angular.json, and all this I'll be explaining when we open this in VS Code. Probably the command you can type now is code space dot, code space dot. Okay, fine. So okay, can you install VS Code meanwhile? It takes very less time. No, sir. You don't. It looks like you do not have a VS Code installed. Just Google for VS Code. Yeah, you can stop your wish, Ali sir. You may stop download or no. So if once VS Code installed and we could open the project in VS Code, you can see what is startup Angular project would look like. I preferred to share it from one among your system. Is that you know that you have installed the required tools and you are able to create the project. So then later on, I'll be continuing sharing my system and know how the connections are happening and all this. We will continue that after understanding the basic architecture of the Angular. So is the VS Code installed?
Sir, I'm getting some error.
Okay, fine. What I can do is, meanwhile, I can start sharing my screen and start showing you what the project which I have intended to show, the use case. So once you are able to resolve that, probably again we can switch and share the newly created project structure.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'm sharing the screen. Hope all of you are able to see the screen. So I'll just go through basic CLI related stuff. So this is the command to create a new project. Then you may switch to the newly created project. And if you type the command ngserve, as you have installed Angular CLI already, by just typing this on this particular port, because 4200 is the default port for Angular application. You may change it. I'll show where to change now, but it is a default port where Angular applications run. So in you can open a browser and you can just type, and you will see the default template page of Angular that is given. So it will differ from Angular version to version, the first page that you're going to see. And yeah, you can just always visit this page angular.io/CLI and then go through this. For example, generate is the one we use very often. So it's like, we can either go with ng generate or ngg. For example, we want to create a new component. The command is ng generate component or ng generate c. I'll be explaining you more on components and all this. So for that, to show you, I have taken one practical live project. Yes, yesterday after discussing with the coordinator, we got the inputs like there might be mismatch in the environment setup and everything, and probably the best possible thing that we could do is explain the some of the practical application from my side, and probably for any use case sharing any GitHub URL, and probably you can continue from there onwards. That was one of the discussion that had happened. So that is the reason I'm showing you one practical. It's a working practical project, so that you can understand things better. And as this is going to be a client work, I cannot really share this code, but for the demo purpose, I will be sharing a GitHub URL where you can probably do some practice and all. which might look similar, or any use case like some travel application or anything. So the advantage that we will be getting in understanding the practical application is uh, we will just identify small requirement in the existing project, and we'll be coding together now. You will be seeing how the connections happen and all this. Excuse me. How the connections are happening, and immediately we are fixing adding a new requirement to its space. Hope are you you can see the font size which I'm typing in the notepad. If there is an issue, please let me know. I can increase the font size. Um, so I'm about to explain about the demo project. It's not a demo project; it's a practical application that's I'm going to show it. So it's for one of my client where we have a requirement of it's a web application which has it's not a website where we'll be having only static data. It's going to be a web application with a lot of emphasis on the data. So we'll be having a web API to deal with, and a database where the data is stored and retrieved, and authentication mechanism. So there will be around three or more users, three types of users. This is about authentication. And the main purpose of the application is to upload files. So it's going to be somewhat a file management system kind of thing. So this is the code name of the project. It's not the final name actually. When the project is running and when the admin has logged in, this is the default view. So first thing that we need to understand is it is running in the port localhost 2022. What it means is by default the port for Angular is 4200. It is a default port. So this project has a lot of information which is far more different from a newly created Angular application. So that's the reason I thought of initially explaining the newly created project. So Ali sir, if you are able to install VS Code, just let me know so that I can pause at any point of time. I can pause this and first complete showing you the fresh project. So, anyways, when a new project is created, there are few files which are very much common. So here there are so few extra files like say to do or test. Uh, yeah, that's it. Except that all the remaining files are common. So if you see here, browser list related files. What are the browsers that we are going to minimum browsers that we are going to this application is going to support can be added here. So anything related to editor configuration, max line length, indent size, etc. And this is going to be git ignore file where git excuse me. So this is a git ignore file where the file extensions that are given here will be ignored as part of git process while uploading to the git. So I'll explain Angular JSON later because we need to give much more emphasis on this. Karma.conf.js. So it's for unit testing. So all the unit testing related configuration will be mentioned here. So like any other programming language, Angular also has its capability to extend for unit testing. Even there are so many other third-party packages that can be used. So Karma is Karma, and there is one more framework like Jasmine. So these are some basic add-on packages that will be used for unit testing. Yes, you all might have know the concept of unit testing, right? Unit testing is basically like we will be developing scripts to test the outcomes of the code. We'll be having positive and negative tests as well. But in the beginning, we need not have a much emphasis on unit testing because it's a different subject altogether. Probably when you're going to, if any of you are interested in testing domain, so that is where you can focus more on. So for now, just understand that there is a configuration file for unit testing. And package log JSON files, these are very important files. So I'll visit that again. So readme is the markdown file where you can just give some introduction, project related information. These two files are particularly excuse me, these two files are particularly related to this project. And now let's discuss with TS config related files. TypeScript. So I think I need to tell you a little bit about JavaScript and TypeScript here. As you all might know about JavaScript, right? So TypeScript is a superscript language, like we will be carrying all the JavaScript features plus some object-oriented concepts and even more, you know, keywords and strictly enforced rules. So that the drawbacks which JavaScript is carrying, for example, in type definition, we need not. There is no rule like suppose to say where a equal to 7, we can assume that it will be a number or integer. Later in the same file, the next place we can use something like a equal to hello. So type safety is an issue, and it can there is a chance of logical errors in that case. So TypeScript is much more advanced language that is developed by Microsoft and being maintained as a open by open source community. So it has standards based on ES 2005 standards. Basically, these standards are set by a group of consortium, which they year by year or often regularly they start some standards for all the for each and every programming language or technology. There will be some open source consortiums, just like W3 consortium to deal with World Wide Web related things. So these are any new features that are added will be part of the uh, release. So ES 2015 is one of the major change in with related to JavaScript technologies. So TypeScript is an efficient way to code. We can also develop all the applications with all the modern framework applications with plain JavaScript, but it is always advised to go with TypeScript because it would be very easy to manage the code. Here we'll be having the concept of classes and objects and everything. Even we can do that with JavaScript, but it would have it might take something like uh, at least 20 or 30% more code to accomplish the same thing with JavaScript. So TypeScript is basically super script of JavaScript. So here the question is like, how do we uh, then use all the JavaScript related commands and everything? So here the thing is TypeScript is again transpiled into JavaScript. So that means the tools or the engines that are in TypeScript will convert all the code we write in TypeScript into JavaScript based code. So at the end, the browser deals with JavaScript only, but the conversion is done automatically, and probably if we go after the while running, if we go and see those files, it will be very hard for us to understand. For example, this is the deployment folder of this particular project. See, this is the transpiled code. So it will have thousands of lines of code, and this is another main dot, and this is a random number given while it is building the application. But practically, for example, I'll give you some insight like, here we have in the app directory, the pages related to admin, we have something like add user. Okay. And we can just think about user roles, for example. We could find the same thing here. See, when I try to find it user role list, this user role list, see the highlighted one, so you will understand the very clearly. This is the line. So in the application actually, so in the add user page, this is the code. So it is an array, and we have defined very clearly and neatly what are the roles are going to be. When we see the transpiled JavaScript page, the same thing here. The same data is mentioned here, but it's a transpiled JavaScript, which will be very hard for us to understand, or even it carries some part of CSS also. Sometimes the content header, all this, the CSS code that are part of the file, it's also being converted here. Okay, fine. I understand that there is some issue related to VS Code installation. Okay, let's continue here. Thanks, Ali, for trying. So we're in the process of discussing TS config related things, and then we have started discussing on TypeScript. What's TypeScript, and why can't we use JavaScript? We can very much use JavaScript, but TypeScript offers more features and also easy to manage the code. So TS config .json file. So it's related to TypeScript configuration, like where the output directory would be. No, what's the target TypeScript platform is going to be. So this particular version of TypeScript is based on ES 2017, and if there should be any strict null checks, if for any variable, if null checks should be imposed as strict, so that when we are trying to compile, when we are trying to run the application, an error will be thrown if it's set to true. The same way, what would be the base URL? So yeah, these are all you can understand, and these are all very much in common for React and any other framework where TypeScript is being used. So this is like TypeScript configuration related to this application. So this extends the TS config file and the next compiler options and the files, main files. What are the main files that are going to be here? See, in the src directory, main.ts is going to the main file. That is first point of thing to run. So if you say go with Java, it will be having a main file, main class. In the same way, if you say C#, again you'll be having some main class. So in the same way here, main.ts is going to be the file where the initial execution starts. If you see what's inside main.cs, there are some import statements. It's importing some libraries. Again, we'll go to here. What are these libraries and all? And it's saying if it is what's the environment mode and where the boot start should happen. The boot start should happen in the app module, which is in the app/app.module file. This is a file app.module. So that is how the flow is starting. So this is about tsconfig file, and tsconfig.spec.json. Spec.json file is always related to unit testing. I said we can sometimes go with Karma or sometimes with Jasmine. These are all unit testing frameworks. So it's optional unless and until we are having a unit testing related training or doing a project where unit testing is more emphasized. So you can always ignore .spec related files. And we'll be taking a look at package.json file. This is very much important file. So it's the name of the project and the version. While releasing the project, we can always add major and minor versions. And scripts is one important section. So all this code is in JSON format. So I just want to ask the audience, are you aware of JSON? If not, I can take 2 or 3 minutes to explain about JSON first. You can, the active members can reply me in the chat. Do you have any idea about JSON? JSON. Sorry, sir, I couldn't hear you. Can anyone let me know if you have the idea about JSON? Okay, no, fine. Thank you. It's a JavaScript object notation file. I think it's too much information here, but I can explain you here itself. It's a I can simply call it as a data format file. Earlier, data is exchanged in the form of XML or SOAP-based objects. And they're adhering to different protocols, either TCP or TCP, yeah, or mostly HTTP. It's simply to keep it. It's a networking concepts where we say that chunks of data or packets of data is transferred from one network source, from source to destination, right? So while transferring, there is a format when we are dealing with a few programming languages. So for that, a standard is there. Either it might be XML or JSON. Some before a decade ago, it was more of XML. So later things have changed, and SOAP is also replaced. SOAP is more used in enterprise application. So JSON is had become industry universal format. Simpler format of JSON is like, you'll start with flower bracket and end with flower bracket, and you can represent any object like for example name in double quotes and say again in double quotes Prasad. For numbers and Boolean values, it is again optional. So we need not emphasize on quotations. So anything, any other parameter. So it's like if you see this, it's about it's about a person, and you can add one more. So this is a basic JSON data object structure. So if you make it in Angular brackets, it is going to be an array of person data. So it's like this is one of the complex. So he's explaining the JSON structure, but it's a complex JSON object. It's a complex JSON object here. See, it's talking about some fictional characters. So superhero squad, it's a squad name. Some here you see all the basic information, and it's number. So they haven't added in double quotes, and it's a Boolean value. That's the reason they haven't added in double quotes. Again, this is a sub object members. For this particular squad, here are all the members. For example, till here, one member, molecule man, and another member from here to here, uppercut, and from here to here, eternal flame. So and again, this is an array. What are the powers they're having? So it can be more than one value. So it's represented in array. So this is a somewhat complex JSON structure. So read about it from the official Mozilla documentation. So you need to understand JSON concept better, more, so that because all the REST API calls are based on JSON. So again, we need to understand what is REST API also. Anyway. As I have mentioned, there are different types of protocols that are used for data transfer in a network, like HTTP or TCP/IP or different messaging systems. So REST is a protocol based on HTTP based protocol, where with 4 types of data transfer system, we can do the transfer. The definition is like representational state transfer REST API. It's generally preferred to be more robust SOAP technology. SOAP is like simple object access protocol, which I have mentioned earlier. Before REST is in picture, SOAP based objects are, binary based objects and much more complex. Again, we need to, do if the object size is more, it's always an issue while transferring the data. So we'll be having get, post, put, or delete HTTP formations. Get, post, put, or delete. You can always dig into this later for in-depth knowledge. But for now, understanding that REST is a type of protocol to retrieve data with get, and to post the data with put, to delete with the delete tag. Fine. So let's again go back to the application. So this is a package.json file. This is a core file for any Angular application. Not only Angular application, it might be a Node application or React application. They will be having package.json file. No, it is very important file where all the project related information, project dependencies are mentioned. Here, project dependencies are mentioned. See, if you start from here to here, because this is an working project, there are so many other libraries that I have used added. For a newly created project, if routing is added, probably till here, the default packages will be added. Again, material and flex layout are optional. It need not come with newly created project. So when and where we require any third-party JavaScript node package, we can just add here, or else we can install it with the command like npm install and the package name. And there are Dev dependencies where these are all unit test related things, and this is TypeScript related library. And where for each project, where does they exist? This is the main project root directory, and for every project root, under every project root directory, there is a directory called node modules. There are 843 files. Just imagine 843 files. So just imagine in the background how much of work this Angular is doing while it is creating the application, initial application. And later, we are adding what are the package we require based on our requirement. So all these will be coming here. So let's go inside into one package. For example, uppy, uppy. This is a large file upload related utility. So again, inside that, these are all the libraries that uppy has used. It has used AWS related, Angular related. Again, Box is a file sharing mechanism, just like Dropbox. Box is one another file sharing mechanism. So it integrates with Box. It integrates with OneDrive. It has some progress bar kind of thing. It integrates with Google Drive. So it integrates with Facebook. So whatever the functionality it is having, their particular node package is being added here. and small, I'll go through small file array difference. So basically it deals with the array and array operations. So this is the file, source file, source JavaScript file. See, this is a very simple file, some array related utility file, which is giving a difference between arrays. So the package can be as small as this one, and as big as like what we have seen API. So license information, again, what the package is on which this particular thing is based on. Those are again added here. See, it's dependencies. It's dev dependencies. These are the packages where that particular library is dependent on. So it's like an ocean. It goes on. So there are some thousands of files. If you see inside each the directory, there are some altogether there are some thousands of files that that supports our Angular application to run. Something like related to AWS, the browsers list that are being used, something related to cookies. Okay, so just understand that all the packages that we're using are inside Node modules directory. It is the same if it is for Node.js or React as well. And the information related to which packages that we are using is being maintained in package JSON file. The dependencies. Package log JSON file is a kind of file where while installing these dependencies, for example, I'll be trying to install one package here, which actually is not required for me, but for testing purpose, I'll be installing. For example, Moment.js. Moment.js is a JavaScript library which deals with dates and all. So this is a command. It deals with date formats. As we're dealing with NPM, we have taken NPM related stuff, and we can either open a new project window, new command prompt, or from VS Code itself, we can directly go and open the new terminal here, and I'm just pasting what I have copied there. And the command here is npm install moment. So for now, I'm closing this. See here, till now there is no file related to, yeah, of course. Oh, that is being used here. Fine. So we will go with some other file like file saver to save the file. Probably that is also being used. Okay, let's explore some top npm packages. Angular. This load acts, for example, yeah, chalk is one styling for the console or console. In the console, we can have different styles. And the command is for any npm package. The common thing is npm install and the name of the package. And the switch here slash save is for if you want to save it as part of dev dependencies. It's trying to download the file from internet. Just concentrate here. What's happening when we're trying to add a package? So what it had tried is after this command was given, it tried to add chalk, but it had encountered some warnings. Remember, these are just warnings, not errors. So it is not mandatory to fix them. And you can see it's added chalk version with 5.2.0. And you can see that here. It's automatically added. We haven't done anything. And if I want to remove, I can either go with the command or I'm just deleting from here. Saving the file, Control S, save file. I will say npm I. So npm I or npm install command installs if the packages are not installed already, it installs the packages. So it's trying to look in the with the help of package log JSON. This is a temporary file kind of thing. For it it changes on each individual system. See, normally it would have taken almost 5 to 10 more than 5 to 10 minutes to install all the packages, because the packages are already uh, downloaded and where the data is maintained in package log, and it will scan through node the modules folder. You can see here it haven't downloaded the packages which are already in place, and it removed one package which we have just removed here. So yeah, let's take 5 minutes break now, and I will be back in 5 to 6 minutes. So then we'll be proceeding to understand about angular.json file, which is going to be very important. Later on, we'll be seeing components, services, class, interface, and everything. So let's have 5 minutes break now. Hi everyone. Can we continue?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So can you see the screen? We had just discussed about package.json file, and the one remaining is angular.json file. But now I'm going to close this panel. So any extra styling information or asset information or scripts that are being used can be mentioned here, and the warning size, maximum error. So actually these values will be very different to than just newly created project, and these values are increased specific to this project. And if you observe here the environments, there is one file called environment.ts file, which we can see in the src directory. Environment.ts and environment.prod.ts. The basic difference is in the prod.ts file, all the production related URLs or the information or the things where we want the production environment to use, that will be mentioned here. And environment.ts, it's for development environment. So while the deployment build is going to happen, so while this application is being run, only the development environment file is being used, and it will be replaced by production environment file when the build is going to happen, when the prod build is going to happen. And the test related, unit test related information all. So what are the style sheet type that is being used for this project? Earlier, while creating a project, we have seen, right, it is a CSS that we have selected, and for this project it is a CSS. So where the TS config TypeScript configuration is mentioned, it is pointing to ts config.app.json, which is this file. And inline style language, sometimes in between HTML lines, we give inline styles. What is that language? All this is mentioned here. What is going to be the output path, and what is the name of the index file, and what is the main file? Because the name that most of the time we use the same, but based on the requirement, we may even change the name of the main file. So it is from this point it will start searching for that file. See, these are the assets. Assets is the one where that images and all any other information, files or images, or these are all the images that are being used in this project. So all these are maintained in the asset directory, which can be mentioned here. And the styles. So by default, because we are having the styles as part of SCSS type, so styles.scss is here, and there are some hundreds of styles which are defined because it is a working project. And some third-party themes are used here for this project, which are being mentioned. Why I have choose to explain you the existing working project is you can understand in the future also if you have if you want to use a theme of a third party, where to add the CSS and all this. See, these are just CSS files being added as part of styles section, and everything here is in JSON format. For icons, there is some CSS, and there is another library called API, the styles, and bootstrapping. Bootstrap, right? Bootstrap is a CSS style format kind of thing. It's a framework related to CSS. When you have some time, just go and explore Bootstrap as well, because almost for 80 to 90% of any web application, irrespective of whether it is using JavaScript or not, it is a modern JavaScript-based framework application or not, Bootstrap is being used. It's basically, for CSS indentation and all the things. The core concept in Bootstrap is it divides the entire screen size into 12 units, and it enables it uses for layouts and structuring. It's again it'll be part of more of HTML design and everything, HTML CSS design. But what we need to understand here is we are adding all the files styles related, and if there are any other script files, that those can be added here. And we have increased the size of the warning and error here. This is the node command prompt where this project is being served. With the node command npm start, this project is being served. So where is that command? It's in a package.json. It's in the commands start. What start command is doing? It is doing ng-serve open. Immediately once our processing is done, it will be open in a browser and at a particular port 2022, and it's like this is an optional switch like host. Probably you will not need for here for this project. It is used because in the LAN network, other developers can access the application that is being served. So this is continuously running. If there is some change that occurs, it will immediately reflect. So for example, this is the home page, right? So admin dashboard. If something is changed here, I'll go and change some text changes, quick text changes. So in VS Code, one of the thing is you can say Control P, and you can search the particular file, whatever the file you need. See, I need admin dashboard HTML file here. I just want to say some h1 tag. Hello world. I just saved here. And see, as soon as it is saved, it is compiling and it is generating. And this is automatically refreshed, and you see this is added here. So all this happens automatically. We just need to save. And even in VS Code settings, we can do some setting like without even saving also automatically. As soon as the code is typed, it will automatically refresh the page. Basically, this concept is called hot reloading. We don't find it in normal JavaScript. It's part of Blender. And there is a concept called webpacks. So this hot reloading and all this happens with the utilities like webpacks. So this is the entire project structure of Angular project structure, and we have completed understanding the basic files. When a new project is created, almost these are the files that are being created. There are some extra files in this project with respect to the usage of the project, but with the new project or any existing project that you have downloaded, these are all the files that will be in common. And node modules folder is the one where all the packages that are downloaded from the internet are copied and maintained. If you see, it will be around in a general size for a newly created project. Also, it will be more than 500 MB. So if there are more projects that we are using, more and more packages that we are using, the size increases. See, it's for size on disk here is 706 MB. Always it is advisable if we are copying a project from one system to another system, for example, in a pen drive. So do not copy node modules folder because it takes more than 20-30 minutes to copy this node modules folder. Instead, just copy all the files except node modules folder, and in that after copying into that particular target system, run the command npm install. It will directly download from the internet. It will be a quick process. Then copying and again pasting. Copying takes time. Again pasting the entire thing also takes time because there are thousands of files. As we have explored earlier, there are thousands of files. Dist is a folder where when we had done the build, the files are placed here. So these are all the final files. In the assets, there are images or scripts. But few JavaScript files. This is a JavaScript file. This is a CSS file. These are icon files. Polyfills is a kind of file where it patches any differences between browsers. For example, now Edge is very much stable, but earlier with Internet Explorer, there used to be so many issues. So polyfill files used to take care of that. Again, it is part of Webpack. So Webpack is like you're packaging all the stuff that you require to run a JavaScript project to keep it simple. And the index file, the favicon, all these are all the things, the final web application related stuff. You can just copy these to any cloud server, and it can run. You can host it. And the thing is, it is a highly data centric application, and through API it interacts with data. So this is about this file. So it's like when you are starting with any new technology, always understand what are all the basic files rather than just concentrating on one core file and moving on. So you have understood the project structure, and next we are going to see what a module is, and what is a component, what is an interface, what is a service. So all the code that we write will be inside the SRC directory. And please note that it is not a mandatory thing to, no, it's not a mandatory thing to follow the same project structure. Some expert level users does change the project structure, but again, based on the purpose, we may go with that. If there is no purpose, just let's stick on to this same structure. So 3 main directories when you open SRC: app, assets, environments. Favicon, as you all know, Favicon. What is a Favicon, right? In the Internet Explorer, sorry, in the browser, let it be anything. So here, the symbol that we are seeing here, Google symbol G, that is a Favicon icon. Index.html file, main.html polyfills, which I was mentioning some time back. It's related to browser styles and test file. See, if you open SRC, these are the files. So test file is again related to testing, unit testing and all. Styles.css is the main style sheet file for this project. Polyfills is for browser. Main.ts file. So it will do something like it will check what's the environment that we are in and what is the starting module. Again, we'll visit this file, but before that, we'll check index.html file. It's a simple HTML file with some tags where you need to concentrate. One is the title. And another one is base href, where we can change it, give it a different path, and all the subsequent routing happens on how we gave it here. If there are any here font or some icons are used, so that is added here. And this is the one app root. Okay. For example, now I'm removing this app root. I saved it. It's compiled. And when I go and see this particular output, there's nothing. I'm just undoing my action. Again, saved it. See, we're able to see the output. So everything lies in app root. What is the app root here? So in VS command, you can always do Control Shift F by highlighting something, and it will set in that particular directory wherever it is finding app root. Till now, it could find only in the index.html file, 2 places. But to save time, I am directly going to export that file. So this is a selector. App root is a selector. For example, I can just name it as app root test. And again, when I save, and it got compiled, and we cannot see the output because there is no matching tag here. Again, if I go back to the index file and just give like approved test for closing tag and ending tag as well. Again, it got compiled, and you can see the output. So basically, whatever the tag that we mention in app component file. So why app component? We'll go there. But you're observing the difference, right? If it is remote, again I'll restore it here as well. What is given as selector name? That is the same name that should be maintained in the index.html file. So what is this basically? This is a component. Simple code here. It's importing a library from Angular core JavaScript based NPM based JavaScript package. Component is a class, and to define it, we have 3 parameters here. Selector, template URL, style URLs. Selector we have already seen. Template URL. app.component.html file. So this is the HTML file here. So it's something written like a router outlet. Even I can say some h1 tag like test. Let's see after compilation what happens. So actually it is for somewhere, yeah, see in the bottom test. Okay, I'll explain what is a router outlet again, but from the app component, if we see it, we got the template URL where we are writing all the HTML, and style URLs where we are writing the CSS. So the style URL for this is app component CSS. So there's nothing written here. For example, let's add some style like h1. Color should be in red, and we're going to add now at top again h1 tag hello. See h1 tag because we have added a CSS for where the color should be red, and this particular CSS is being here. Again, let's go back to app component. So selector, template URL, style, these are the key components for a component. So this is a component class. How do we know it is a component class? With this decorator. If we remove this decorator, it's like a class, a JavaScript class, and we have some variable here with some value. That's it. But we're differentiating it with the decorator at the right component and giving its properties. That is downloaded from Angular core library. Okay. So before coming here, again we are in index file from the app root. From the app root we went there. But if we again go back to Angular, sorry, not Angular JSON, main.ts. Yes, we thought of visiting it, man. So it is importing some libraries, platform, browser dynamic. So we need not worry about all these things. enable a prod mode platform. These are the default things that are added. And it talks about app module. This is going to the main module. If you press F12 here in VS Code, it takes me to the definition of the particular line of code where I have pointed. So basically it's a class, and it had so much of information. If you see, it's like it is having so many import statements, and something like ng module. Again, ng module is a decorator where we can say it is going to be module. As earlier said, what's the component, and now what's a module? I'll tell you the differences. Again, it has its own format. It's saying declarations. And after declaring, again, it is importing. And some providers, any services that we use in Angular should be added here in the providers. So these are some in-depth Angular concepts which will eventually get to know if you are going into in-depth. So here, Bootstrap. See how the connection is being formed. It is saying the Bootstrap is app component. Again, if you say go to their app component, it is there. So the connection is happening inside the app, inside the SRC. There's a main file. So whatever the information that is being provided in the main file, it is showing it first. It is going to app module. The app module, what is a Bootstrap component? It is an app component. So what's inside the app component? Some hello tag and router outlet. Okay. So this is again other concept that I will be explaining you, router outlet. Imagine this as where a courier boy is trying to find an address. For example, there's a letter, there's a courier that is targeted to a particular city. For example, it's it has to go to New Delhi. So it has its pin code. So it's going there. Again, it's going to the sublocation, and it's at last it is going to it's a regional sub post office from their local post office, and a postman is taking that and delivering at the address. So if just how just like how the target here is the address to address, how it is reaching the to address. Here on the high level, if we see in the TS config, sorry, in the Angular JSON, we're having all the configuration information, and what would be the TypeScript configuration, what the schema, styles, any new styles, any scripts, all this information. And we will be having one, because it's a single page application, we are having one HTML page, which is like index.html. This is the first page that is going to be opened, and it is searching for the app root tag, and it is having one main class file, that is main.ts. It is searching for the bootstrapping module. In the bootstrapping module, we have a bootstrapping class. Don't confuse the bootstrapping that is mentioned here with the CSS framework bootstrap. It's different. It has nothing to do with this one. So at last we have landed here. And we have some code here, some h1 tag and some code, and router outlet. See, when we are creating an new project, routing is optional. If we have some routing, then we would be mentioning the router outlet tag, so that whatever the routes that are mentioned, that would be accessible. So where are the routes mentioned here? In the routing module, app routing module. So these are the routes for the login page, login, registration page, register, forget password, all this. So this is some advanced routing configuration that is maintained here. But to be on a simple level, it's like path. If nothing is given, it will go to the home page. What's the home page? Login layout. And if when something is being given, for example, say myboss.com login, so myboss.com, it will go to login page. myboss.com/login, it will go here. myboss.com/register, it will go here. So that is a pattern here. And these are some again advanced concepts like how to we have different modules here. Before that, let me explain what is the app module. Module is a combination of one or more components. To keep it simple, a component is a uh, TypeScript file combined with HTML and CSS. For example, we can divide a page into several components. This logo can be one component. This right side panel can be different component. Left side panel can be different component. Yes, of course, that is how it is actually. This is designed, and this in the dashboard. This is a different component. For example, if you are this data is again being pulled dynamically, so this is a different component. The users list is a different component. The same way. We say clients again. Clients component is a different one. And if you want to create a new client, it's a different component altogether. So whichever the page we go, we are saying hello here. The reason is we have added this as part of HTML code in the app component file. So after this, routing is happening. So first this is being displayed. So if we want some information where we need it needs to stick in all the pages, we can add here. So that's about component. So component is a based on our structure, we will be dividing the page into several components. So a component will contain HTML, JavaScript or TypeScript or CSS code. A combination of one or more components is called a module. So here app module is the default module, and we have added so many components here that is clubbed and defined here. The same way, this application have a few more components based on its business logic. One is admin component. Again, we have admin module and admin routing. So admin related routing is mentioned here. And admin module, the components which should be directly part of only admin module are mentioned, but here there are nothing identified where only admin should access this. So this is one module. Client is another module. So there are a few components here which should be only particularly part of the client. So these are mentioned here. So here we have admin, client, employee, manager. All these are the modules here. This is again it is up to the developers how to organize their structure and everything. But for any project, one module is compulsory needed, that is app module. So the module component, and yeah, we'll again see route node routlet and the service is one thing, like anything related a code separation. It's basically uh, the component class can have all the code, but any shareable code or any utility code can be as part of services. For example, here as part of services, authentication related services is added here. Something related to login token, something uploading service. Okay, so any sometimes in the shared again there are some subdirectory service. There is something called so these are all the some advanced things here for this project, but these are mentioned here. Something we are connecting with the AWS and Azure. So all these services are mentioned here. So for basic HTTP calling the web API, these are the services that are mentioned here, where all the service will be defined. So we are adding services at the different directories, but these are again referred in the F module, the provider section. Services related to cookie and messages. These are cookies for authentication directory service to store the cookies in the local browser, and messages are related. This is a third party utility. Say for example, message service. This is a code which is part of the message service. We are injecting the service here. It is called when we mention it, it is called service injection. So basically, services or where the shared variables or shared functions can be used and then be accessed for many components. And we can talk about interface and classes. For example, this is a simple interface which is dealing with client settings. It says setting name, setting value, setting ID. So basically, it's a either interface or class that are being used in Angular to define the object structure, to carry that data between different levels, between different components, or uh, between different components and services. We use this. For example, this is one big class called client. To create a client, for example, I'll show you here. There's a client here. So client type, primary contact. You can see the same thing here. Client type, okay, primary contact, salutation, first name, last name. All the properties, these are all business, you can say business entities. All the properties related to that particular page here, the client page, or here. When the form is filled and when we save, those are carried in this object structure and pass it through the web API to the database. And in the same way, when data is being retrieved, for example, here users, we can look for user. So first name, last name, role, token, and user ID. First name, last name, role, and because this is again another one user new, which is carrying for phone number and email. These are mentioned here. Email and phone number. So from the database, I'll try to check if I can have access to the database. Yeah, this is SQL Server database. It's some relational database like MySQL or Oracle. See, we have so many columns here. So out of these many columns, based on to display the users list, we are retrieving only some 6-7 columns through the select query, and that is being passed through the entity, user entity, and being displayed in the front end. So even without having specific entities, we can work by giving the type as any, but it's always advisable. Because we can follow a structure throughout the application. So we have observed the core concepts of Angular here. So this is something like the inside organization, inside the app directory, the organization can be different. So, and before closing, I will just let you know the flow of the application, as it is a full stack based application, which is having middle tier database and the front end. I'll just walk you through this application, and for your reference and all, I would be later in the day sharing the GitHub link where all these middle tier, some database script and the front end, all these are shared there, or we could find any existing source as well, and I'll be sharing do that, and you can just go through it. And the database and all, again, it's your call. Yeah, you can either use MySQL, or if you're already having something like Oracle installed, you can go with it. So if you look at the front end here, so this is some application of some client with the code name MaxTrans as of now. Okay, so where we are listing all his clients and all his users, and again some reporting related, which is under construction actually, and email templates and SMS templates. This is again admin role here. Suppose I can log in to the same application as manager. Again, the dashboard is different, having some more information here. And we have something like jobs information here, where it's basically file sharing system. some uploading as well, file upload and everything. So for this role again the pages are changing. So it's part of authorization concept. The database, as I said, it's SQL Server based database, and these are all the some of the tables and stored procedures are being used here. And we have a .NET application, which is a web API based solution, and so it has different controllers like what we added here. It's like the web API. It's like for example here for adding the client. Okay, for adding a job, getting user role by the user ID, managing the authentication. So it's a C# code. In this case, it is a C# based code. It can be the APIs can be anything like using Python, Flask framework, Django framework, or Java based frameworks, or Node.js with Express. So it is connected to this particular database at this particular address, and it is retrieving the data and everything. So this is a middle tier. This whole application which is on screen now, it's a middle tier, and this is a database, and this is the Angular application where we are dealing with displaying the data, displaying different layouts, etc. As you can see, how we are connecting. I'll show on the last we can close in the next 5 minutes. But before that, let me explain how we are connecting. How we are connecting from the environments first. This is the API's app service URL. So that this particular third party, API, this particular API is hosted on Azure in the following address, in the following API URL. So we are retrieving, we are hitting this URL. Later, some authentication is happening, and this is retrieving data from this database by looking at its connection strings. So that's how this connection is being handled. And if it's prod environment, again the values are changing. So yeah, to set up all these things, start from VS Code to setting the environment and installing all the things. It will probably take a day or two on the whole. So it's like after the session yesterday, we have gone through, we have discussed a few things on how to just give you the basic understand and much emphasizing on Angular, because most of the one who are into development might have aware of any kind of knowledge, any kind of programming knowledge, either C++, any object oriented language, C++, Python, or C# or Java. So that's the reason the emphasis is given on front end technology, Angular, and how we can use any API. The API, it might be anything, like we need not develop that particular API. It might be any open API, like we can say we can get some sample REST APIs. We can hit their address and do the get
For example, say list users here. It's listing some users. Single user not found. Listing some resources. All the transaction is done through JSON object. So it's not mandatory that you have all the web interface. Sorry, not middle tier and database, but you can start playing with it. Like you can do some create like in the same format you can send, and you can have it created. So this is one good source to start with. The I advise you to uh, set up what was instructed to you yesterday. So install Angular CLI and install VS Code. Start a new project. Okay, just follow angular.io website initially to get some hands-on. It will be a starting point. So if you go on practicing, it takes some weeks to get some understanding on the beginner level. But this kind of workshop will give you some idea on the overall picture. So here specifically, full stack development is like it's again technology agnostic. We are not confining to any particular technology. Okay, uh, there are more than 10 or 15 technologies, very active technologies in the present day market. The concentration that we need to put here is it might be any technology, but a full stack developer should be aware of the database, middle tier, front end. So he should be able to uh, integrate all this and work with these technologies. And also, if situation demands, you'd be able to deploy the things as well. So some DevOps knowledge is also required. So this is about some introduction on the full stack. So hope it help you in one or the other way to start your exploration on full stack development. So just yeah, we can end the session now. And if you have any questions, just we can go with the question session now. So you may either put it in the chat box or you may put it in. You may ask me directly.
Audience, any questions from the topic? If you have any queries, can you post in the chat box or raise the hands if you have any doubts? We will unmute. I think, sir, no questions. If you share your email ID once again in the chat box, any doubts they have, they will post
Yeah.
once again.
Sure. I'll be doing that.
How can we upload audio file? Someone asked.
Yeah, we can upload audio file.
So
What's the
sir has
difference
shared
between
sir has shared the email ID prasad.node@gmail.com. Audience, if you have any queries, you can share there.
Yeah, and what's the difference between Angular JS and Node.js is a question. So Angular, actually right now it is defined termed as Angular. Angular JS is the initial version somewhere way back in 2014 or 15. It is introduced by Google, and no, it's after the Angular version of 2, 90% of the Angular is rewritten in TypeScript, and there is a lot of difference between Angular JS and Angular. So Angular JS is almost not being used except in some maintenance projects. So it comes with Angular. Right now it's version 14 is being actively used and 15 is in place. So every 6 months a new version will be coming, and Google is looking after it. And the difference between Node.js is Node.js is you can think it is a middle tier. It is mostly used in middle tier to interact with the database. You can't directly interact with database from Angular. And for example, if you are working with any file uploading system, you can interact through the Node APIs, those systems, any third-party systems and anything. So there is a communication between Node.js and AngularJS through the web APIs. So Angular is more of a representation of the UI rather than dealing with the business logic. All the business logic related things can be handled at the middle tier here in Node.js. Yeah, so you can send the questions that you have with you can always send to my email. Yeah, thank you. And before closing, again, apologies for starting the session late. Actually, there is some miscommunication that it is going to be at 11 o'clock. So, anyways,
Sure.
yeah,
Thank you, sir. This is really informative. So looking forward to we'll connect so much for more FDP like this, and we'll invite you, sir. Thank you for your contribution.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
I'll also like thank all the participants for attending the session. And next will be start at sharp 1:50, and it will be quite interesting session. Another session is cloud computing, which is nowadays is most widely used. So all of you please join at 1:50 in the same Zoom link. Thank you.
Thank you.
46 classes. Fine by itself. A classroom. Okay. ఫిబ్రవరిలోనే ఎట్లుంటే ఏప్రిల్ మే 10%. ఎండలు కంపల్సరీ యూసేజ్ ఎక్కువ సార్. రిలీజ్ ఎక్కువ ఇంకా ಇದೆ.
You want to unmute all the videos? Okay, so thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Thank you. Please unmute me. Please mute yourself. Okay.
That's very good, madam.
Sir, Professor Ramchandram has served the Department of CSE, University of College Engineering, Usmania, as a faculty member for 31 years. He was appointed as Vice Chancellor of Usmania University on July 25th, 2016. During his tenure as Vice Chancellor, Usmania University attained NAC A+ grade, was conferred Category 1 autonomous status by UGC, and was granted RUSA Phase 2 project by MHRD with rupees 100 crore. About 20 research centers have been established under RUSA project during 2019-20. Sir is the present Vice Chancellor of Anurag University, and I sincerely request Sir to kindly start the session.
But I have to share that. Yeah. Share the. I have to share it. No,
Yes.
my presentation.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes. Sir.
Yeah, 1 minute. Share screen. You cannot start screen share while the other participants share.
I'll do some things.
Hello.
This time of sharing. Set a screen. Share over. It's fine. It's fine. Dance. You can start.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. Are you able to hear me? You have to share. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, then it is fine. Okay. Yeah, once again, good afternoon to all of you. My apologies. I could not start this on time because of technical problem. Yeah, we'll go ahead with the presentation. I am asked to speak on cloud computing. Maybe it will make sense to you. How it will be useful for your AI at the end of the session. Maybe some of you are already aware of this cloud computing. It's basically basics which I'll be talking. In fact, the cloud computing I would consider as a big step in information technology. So we'll go through the this material which I have prepared for this. Yeah, we have been in this technology quite for some time. And we have seen a change that happened in the technology. In fact, once the PCs have come, long back in the 80s, in fact, we were excited to see personal computers. Earlier, we were working on mainframes. And soon, the PCs have become very common. And you were seeing PCs everywhere. There is a proliferation of PCs that happened. I'm just introducing the need for cloud and the evolution of the cloud. Okay, so 80s, proliferation of PCs has taken place. In fact, we were seeing PCs everywhere, personal computers everywhere in an organization. Also, we were trying to provide point solutions in an organization. We were actually giving solutions for each of the problem separately. There is a solution for, let us say, what is known as payroll. There is a solution for sales. There is a solution for finance. So basically, we were trying to provide point solutions. As a result, there were too many servers. In fact, we had servers at different places in the organization, and it resulted in too many platforms. We had to deal with different platforms. These servers came in different times, and each with its own operating system, each with its own programming environment, and there were too many platforms. In fact, we required too many people as well with different expertise. There is a Windows OS on one system, Linux OS or Unix OS on another system, and there is Oracle on one system, and Microsoft SQL on the other system, and so on. So there are too many platforms, and we require too many people to manage these platforms. So as a result, there's an increase in total ownership cost. The cost is increased, and we are not getting the returns on the investment. There's a less return on investment. So this was a problem we faced during 90s. Okay, so people were looking for the alternate solutions. The result is as follows. We were trying to consolidate into data centers. That consolidation resulted in what is known as data centers. I think all of you are aware of these data centers now. You're basically trying to consolidate both physically and logically, so that it results in fewer platforms, and the solutions are given from a single point solution point, you were trying to solve some problems which I raised just now. Yeah, that is one step further. In the other step is, of course, outsourcing also took place. The result is cloud computing. So why do we have data centers in the premises? We can as well have these data centers outsourced and do away with all the maintenance and owning the infrastructure and so on. The result is cloud computing. So this has happened in 2001 onwards. Now you see that cloud computing has come to stay. In fact, for first time in Usman University, we have introduced this cloud computing course in 2005. Yeah, of course, now the cloud is everywhere, and we extensively use this cloud for our IT solutions. Yeah, individuals we use, and of course, the organization also uses cloud solutions. Okay, and do away with owning the IT infrastructure and maintaining it, providing the real estate, providing air conditioning, and all that can be avoided. Okay, so the result is that. So just now I was talking about the various problems which faced in the evolution of this information technology. And of course, we tried to consolidate into what is known as data centers. And of course, now we are talking about cloud computing. Of course, you know, during the time, actually, there's a lot of advancement that has taken place in terms of hardware, in terms of software, in terms of algorithms, in terms of networking and so on. So that made it possible to have this cloud computing solution. Yeah, if you look at classical computing, actually, we were buying computers and we are installing, configuring, and of course testing, evaluating, and finally use it. And of course, you have to continuously manage these things. And then it was resulting in high cost. Okay, this is classical model of computing. Of course, and if you see, the hardware is getting obsolete over a period of time, and you have to buy new hardware. And obviously, this was costing a lot. In fact, we have gone through this process. You know, I myself have seen, you know, going through this process. But then, of course, it was increasing the cost of ownership, and the return on investment is not as expected. So if you look at the cloud computing, right? So what you don't have to buy, you don't have to own, right? You don't have to do all that installation, configuration, all that is not required. You just outsource the whole thing, and then subscribe, use it, and pay for what you use based on the quality of service. Yeah. So obviously, there is a switch between, right, classical computing to the cloud computing. It is going to reduce anyway the cost of the ownership, and of course the return on investment also is increased. Yeah, many organizations reworked, re-engineered their IT solutions, and then they have moved to cloud computing. All over the world, this is happening. Of course, in phases, they have been doing and embracing this cloud computing technology in a big way. So that's the reason why actually we are interested in knowing what this technology is and how we will be able to pass this to our students. Obviously, this has become part of our curriculum. The cloud computing is very much now part of the curriculum, and there are you know, certificate courses. In fact, they get jobs in and so on. Yeah, just why it makes sense using cloud computing. There are a few examples which we have captured here. Suppose you are a publishing company called Forbes.com. If you look at the usage of this IT resources, between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. and between Monday and Friday. If you see look at this diagram. There is a peak usage of the IT infrastructure, and then we don't use many times. All of the times we don't use it. So if you are owning the IT infrastructure, you see that many times this IT infrastructure goes unused. Okay. But if you are using cloud, you don't have to pay for those days and the duration for which we are not using it. Right. So it makes sense actually because you don't have to have this IT always. So if you are owning, then you have it always, but not being used. Okay. So it makes sense actually to go for cloud computing. Yeah, what is the Forbes solution? Post the website in Amazon EC2, for example. Okay, Amazon is a big player in cloud computing, right? So you can take a virtual machine there, provision new servers every day, and deprovision them every night because you're not going to use during the night, and just pay for the usage. Okay. Yeah, if you want more power, you can add it. If you don't want, you can delete. Okay, this is what is known as elasticity, right? And let Amazon worry about the hardware. Okay. So if you want to use this cloud computing, you just have to hire a virtual machine on the cloud and then use it and pay for it. So this is the model which we are looking for. Yeah, this is not a new thing. In fact, we see similar services we use in terms of water, electricity, gas, and telephone, and all these things. Okay, so we use and pay for the usage. Okay, like your water and electricity, and all these are of course metered. Okay, so these are the in similar way. So we can also use computing power. Now, computing power is delivered to your homes, right? You deliver to your offices. So the way it is delivered, water is delivered, or the way it is electricity is delivered. Okay, the computing power is also delivered to your workplaces, maybe homes and offices, and so on. Right. So from that point of view, it is not new, because technology-wise totally different from other essential utilities. Okay. The inspiration came from power grid. In fact, the electricity power, it is delivered to your homes. We don't know actually where it is being produced. Is it whether it is a hydropower or whether it is coal? It is generated from coal or some other means. We don't know actually. But there is an excellent mechanism of aggregating this electric power and deliver to the customers. Okay, I hope you are getting the point. In some sense, actually, we are actually aggregating the computing power and portioning the amount of computing power you want, and it is delivered to you. Okay, that's the whole idea. like we see in the power grid, we also see the same thing happening in the cloud or computing cloud. So basically, we have the computing power, right? And then we want to deliver the required computing power to the customers and pay for it. So that's the whole idea. Right. Yeah, if you look at this, the way it works is you don't have to own the hardware. You rent it as needed from a cloud. Of course, there are public clouds. Okay, public clouds like Microsoft, IBM, all of them, they provide these public clouds. Google provides, and Amazon Web Services. All of them, they provide this. And basically, you rent it and then use it and pay for it. Okay. A company also can create a private one. In similar way, company also can actually create a private cloud and get the advantage of the cloud technology. Okay, that also is possible actually, and there are various models, public clouds and private clouds, and there are also what are known as hybrid clouds and so on. Yeah, there are various definitions. In fact, the NIST definition is as follows. I think all of you have some understanding about what cloud is and so on. A model for enabling convenient, on-demand network access to a shared pool of configurable computing resources. Right. Example, networks, servers, storage, applications, and services. So, yeah, all of them you can have on the cloud. Okay. And that can be rapidly provisioned and released with minimal management effort or service provider interaction. In fact, all these terms are very, very important actually. So they are rapidly provisioned and released, goes with minimal management effort. So there's no effort. I think some of you must have used Amazon Web Services. I also use it. So it's within minutes actually you can get access to this computing power. And it should be so easy. It should be as easy as you get your water, electricity, power, or you take a taxi for rent. So it should be as easy. In fact, I would say that sometimes easier than that. So yeah, you can go to this service providers and you can make a request, and in no time you have the access to these resources and start using it, and then of course you pay for it. The other definitions are plenty of definitions that we have. I have seen a dozen of them actually. This is a Gartner definition. Cloud computing is a style of computing where scalable and elastic IT-enabled capabilities are delivered as a service to external customers using internet technologies. Yeah, I think all of them are correct. Okay, of course, these services are delivered on the internet using internet technologies. Okay, so obviously there is no internet, there is no cloud as well. Sometimes actually it's also referred to as internet computing. Okay, yeah, cloud is a word is used actually, which is metaphor for internet. That's the reason internet, instead of saying internet computing, it started calling it as cloud computing. Okay. Yeah. What are the goals? Right. Yeah. If you look at actually, one of the first goals is cost control. Okay. Yeah. Obviously, you should be able to control the cost using this cloud. Actually. So many systems have variable demands. If you look at, there are like batch processing. In fact, an organization which is doing, let us say, for example, payroll. So payroll happens once in a month, or maybe a couple of times in a month. But then, if you buy hardware and software for that, then you see the problems. Okay, you just you can hire a virtual machine on the cloud and then use it and just pay for that. And you don't have to manage IT at your premises. Yeah, so that makes sense because, and then you are actually saving a lot of costs. Okay, websites with peaks, like folks just now have said, only during certain times you use. In fact, you don't use during the nights at all. So why should I pay for it? Yeah, there are other examples also. In fact, we ourselves used, for example, in Usman University, we have used cloud for our entrance examination, PG entrance examination. Okay, so this activity takes place only a few months, 2-3 months, during which actually you get the application from the candidates, and then of course we do the admissions. Afterwards, we don't use it anyway. So, in fact, we opted for cloud because at the end of the day, the cost, if you work out, will be much less than owning the infrastructure. Yeah, we had a big problem with the owning not only owning the people also, because we required people to manage this, right? We required administrators, we required programmers, right? We require so many people actually. It's not easy. In fact, the problem is complicated because once you go online, the service is expected by your users 24/7. That means you have to see that power is there 24/7. And of course, air conditioning is required, real estate is required, all that is gone in one stroke. In fact, we are operating just by using our laptops in the office. Yeah, so that's the kind of advantage we get once you use the cloud. Yeah, it's also very makes sense if somebody is a startup and they are not yet grown and they have not seen the success, they don't know the demand. Yeah, they can go for just cloud. So once again, it makes sense using the cloud. Yeah, so basically, the cost is an important factor. Okay, and of course, it reduces the risk in terms of cost. I mean to say, don't need to buy hardware until you need it. So, yeah, you don't have to buy the hardware. Okay, there's another problem in many public organizations. Buying hardware is not easy. In fact, there are situations where actually it takes 3 months, 6 months, the whole process to be completed. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that apart, actually, it saves the cost. Okay. Because goal 2 is business agility. So more than scalability, elasticity. Right. Sometimes you require more resources, sometimes you require less resources. Okay. You should be able to not only scale up, even scale down. Okay. It enables the business agility. For example, Apollo is a rapidly changing healthcare business. Used to take 3 to 4 months to give department a server cluster, then they would board it. Yeah. Say the present day business requirements are so dynamic. You don't want to wait for so long to procure your infrastructure and then install it, and then all that is not required. Yeah, you can immediately increase or decrease on the cloud, right? If you are owning, and then you just imagine what happens. So you have to add this hardware and software. If you want to add hardware and software, it's not going to be easy. It takes so much of that. In just 5 minutes, you can set up AWS EC2. Okay. Right. And of course, when you're done with it, you return that. So you don't have to pay for it. Scaling back is as important as scaling up. So yeah, that actually enables business as well. So if you want any business, of course, it is very dynamic, right? It keeps changing, and sometimes your requirements may increase, sometimes may be decreasing. So it becomes so easy if you are using cloud, right? In terms of increasing your resource as well as decreasing the resource. Okay. The other important thing is, of course, stick to our business. So, yeah, for example, you know, Forbes is a publishing company, not a software company. Yeah, if you look at the banks they do the banking, not IT, right? So, so most companies don't want to do system administration. They don't want to own this IT and then actually do system administration and all kinds of jobs that are required to see that IT is functioning properly. Yeah, instead, actually, you can outsource it and then focus on your job, focus on your banking, focus on your publishing, right? And so on. So you don't have to worry about the IT. Okay. Yeah, you can. It let's stick to your business. Okay. So yeah, these are the goals that we expect of the cloud computing technology. But be aware, do you really save much on system administration? This is a question to be asked. I'll probably due course we will deal with that. We don't have the hardware, but you still need to manage the operating system. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it is required. Yeah, how the cloud computing works now? Yeah, various providers let you create virtual servers, right? Set up an account where you have just with a credit card. Okay. And you create virtual servers by means of what is known as technology called virtualization, right? And yeah, I'll tell you these terms in due course. Okay. Choose the operating system and software each instance will have. And it will run on a large server farm located somewhere. You can instantiate more on a few minutes notice. You can shut down instances in a minute or so. They send you a bill for what you use. Okay. So basically you set up an account with these providers, and then you can instantiate these virtual machines. Okay. And you can have your own operating system, your software installed on that, then use it. So yeah, and yeah, once you do it, actually, you can give them back, and whenever you want, you can get them back. Okay, so it is as simple as this. So in a way, actually, I tell you, the cloud computing is democratized usage of computing. So what I mean to say is, you don't have to be a rich organization, or you don't have to be rich individually to use computing, right? You can just you go to the service provider and then take it for rent, and then use it for your purpose and then return it back. It's like hiring a taxi. You don't have to own the car, and then right, you don't have to maintain it, you don't have to drive it, and all that. Similar analogy works here. So it is as simple as that. Okay. Yeah, you might have got some information about some idea of now what a cloud is, right? Of course, there is underlying technology which enables this cloud computing happen. There's a lot of hardware and software, and of course, the network. They play together to provide that kind of facility to the customers. Yeah. So yeah, there's sometimes this architecture is used for understanding it further. It's like any other IT infrastructure. This also is organized as layers. Okay. So there is a fabric layer, there is a unified resource layer, there's platform, application, so on. Okay. Yeah. If you want to see what this fabric layer basically contains raw hardware. Okay. Basically hardware and storage, network, all that constitute what is known as fabric layer. And then over and above, we have a uniform resource layer. Okay, so this is where actually we call it as virtualization. And this unified resource layer actually allows you to create the virtual machines from the fabric. Okay. Yeah, this virtual machine actually appear to as the physical machine. It has the effect of having a physical machine. So what I mean to say is you can have, it allows you to have a laptop on cloud, right? It allows you to have a high performance computing on the cloud. Yeah, so it could be as simple as a laptop and as complex as a high performance computing. So unified resource actually allows you to do that actually. Okay. So yeah, fabric is that is the one actually which is physical. That means the processor, the network, storage, all that is the fabric. But uniform resource actually takes a part of it and then gives it to you whatever you want. So the virtualization takes place there. Or and above, you can have platforms, various platforms. Okay, they can provide you different programming platforms, like development platforms, right? And then on that you can have your application, or you can host an application directly on the unified resource. All those possibilities are there as we see in the normal computers. Okay, so you can understand the cloud architecture as having a fabric layer, okay, at the bottom. And then we have the uniform resource layer, okay, which is basically abstracted, encapsulated view of the fabric, I would say, right? Or and this is normally done by the virtualization. Okay. And there is a platform layer where you can provide middleware, tools, services, all that can be there in platform layer. And of course, the application layer, which is the end users requirement. Yeah, this is cloud architecture, which is widely used to understand this. Yeah, this cloud has not happened just like that. It's an evolution that has taken place over a period of time, over 60, 70 years time, right? In fact, prior to cloud computing, in fact, we were actually thinking of grid computing. Okay. In fact, grid computing was allowing to share the resources, right, between the organizations. Okay. It was actually aggregating the resources that are available at different places or different organizations and making them available to the users, right? That was a technology, 90s.
VC, no?
Yes.
Andhra University VC. Ramchandra.
Yes.
PhD ఇంట్లో అన్రాక్ ఫ్యాకల్టీని సెలెక్ట్ చేశారట నిజమేనా సార్? అన్రాక్ ఫ్యాకల్టీని PhD సెలెక్ట్ చేశారట నిజమేనా? ఏమో మరి అన్రాక్ వాళ్ళని సెలెక్ట్ చేయట్లేదు, PhD వేరే బయట వాళ్ళని సెలెక్ట్ చేస్తారు.
Are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Shall I go ahead? Yeah, there's some
Yes.
disruption. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Right. Yeah, as I said, it's an evolution. So we were talking about grid computing earlier, and in fact, grid computing, in a way, I would say that transformed into what is known as cloud computing. Earlier to that, we had worldwide web. That's a big thing that happened in the information technology, right? In 90s, in fact, early 90s, this worldwide web came, and then we were excited where we can actually share the information in a big way. So earlier to that, we had network sharing, okay, between the organizations, and of course, before that, there were networks within the organizations and so on. Yeah, this is an evolution that has taken place over a period of time, and now, of course, the cloud computing has become very common. Right. Okay, so this is another view of the evolution that has taken place from point of view of providing services. Okay, we were talking about grid computing, and then utility computing, and the software as a service, and then of course it has evolved into what is known as cloud computing. In fact, this in some way actually we were actually using mail service even before the cloud computing has come in. So a mail is basically a software as a service. Okay, even before this cloud has come into usage, the mail is already there, which I consider as software as a service. Yeah. Anyway, these clouds actually appear in different forms. As I told you, the public clouds, which we are talking about, Google, Amazon, right, Microsoft Azure, all these are public clouds. And then you can also, on the other side, we have private clouds. Okay, if you go to our Usman University, then there is one private cloud as well. Okay, yeah, obviously, private clouds give access to only their users, employees. Okay. Hybrid clouds also are possible. Sometimes actually you have a cloud locally, and then you also want to use public cloud, okay, for various reasons. Because we don't want to we don't have that much of computing in your private cloud. So to the extent that you require more than what is available, you can go to the public cloud. And there could be other reasons as well to go for hybrid clouds. Okay, so these things can happen different forms. Okay. Public clouds, hybrid clouds, and private clouds. Sometimes they call them some community clouds and so on. Yeah, these are the different forms they appear now. Okay, of course, the public clouds are very, very popular now. All of us, or some way or the other, we are using, whether directly or indirectly. You use these services. If you are using a mobile, most probably you are using a cloud also. Okay, and if you want to use AWS virtual machine, is always possible. In fact, right now I have VM on AWS. Right. Also, yeah, I'll come to that point. Yes. In fact, the cloud is becoming a mainstream practice. Yeah. On daily basis, I see that the organizations moving to cloud daily basis, because I sometimes get to know from the decision makers, right? They make a decision to go to the cloud. Okay. This happens on daily basis, I'm telling you. Okay. Now, earlier they were hesitating, but now there is no such hesitation, because now the cloud service providers have gained a lot of trust, and then the organizations have started using these clouds very much. Okay, there are numerous providers. Okay, the big providers, like as I told you, that Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and there are many other providers. Okay, if you look in Hyderabad, you have various providers in Hyderabad, in local market itself. Okay, there's so many. Right. They're also coming up. So many cloud companies are also coming up. There are, these companies are coming up because they're catering to different levels of customers, I would say, right? Yeah, many organizations have shifted to cloud. So this is the status as of now. And this is the usage of cloud is increasing day by day. Okay. Obviously, because of this, we need to teach to our students without, and also actually not only basics, of course, how to program for it, right? How to tailor applications, right? And the skills on the cloud also have to be, we have to be teaching them. Yeah, this I put quite some time back, this particular slide, but still we'll go through that. Okay. If cloud is so interesting, then why is not everybody going for it? That's a question. Okay. The reasons are there. Yeah, even now, a few customers still hesitate to go to the cloud because the cloud acts as a big black box. Okay, nothing inside the cloud is visible to the clients. Okay, so that is always there. So you don't get to know what is inside the black box, right? Clients have no idea or control over what happened inside the cloud. So they don't have any idea of what is happening there. Even if the cloud provider is honest, it can have malicious system admins who can tamper with the virtual machines and violate confidentiality and integrity. This is a big, question mark actually. So what happens to my data which have placed in the cloud? Somebody is looking into my data, right? which they are not supposed to do, or somebody changing my data that they're not supposed to do. Okay, so we still have SLAs. Okay, service level agreements. We have the quality of service agreement, and all that is there. In spite of that, these things can happen. Clouds are still subject to traditional data confidentiality, integrity, availability, and all that, privacy, and so plus more additional attacks. Okay, so your threats are increasing. So because now, because you are placing this data in a third-party premises, right, and you don't know what is there inside, you don't know what is happening inside. So that's a big question mark. So that's a problem. Yeah, but then of course you can also counter these points which I have made. But keep it in mind actually how you can answer these questions to the customers. Okay, how a cloud service provider can answer this question or ensure that there is a proper security. So okay, so that question still remains. Yeah, if you look at this picture, this is a survey that is taken quite some time back, maybe 2008 or 9. If you look at this survey, okay, top cloud challenges, we see security is at the top. Okay, people are concerned about security. People are not going to the cloud because they have doubts about security, because somebody is maybe looking at their data, right? There are other issues as well, performance, availability, and so on. This, of course, over a period of time, they keep changing this because some of these problems have been addressed already. But look at the picture. So if you security at the top, and then of course there's the performance, and there's availability, and hard to integrate, not enough ability to customize, right? There's an expertise problem actually. Worried on demand will cost more. Yeah, there is a worry actually. Bringing back in-house may be the difficult, right? So you want to come back to the old system, it's difficult. Regulatory requirements prohibit cloud. Yeah, so yeah, there you have to go through this regulatory requirements if you are in the cloud, and so on. These are some of the concerns. Okay, but later it's taken later, maybe 2013 or so, by IDC, right? You see that a few changes, but security remained at the top. Okay. Of course, performance is a little gone little down, but security remained at the top. Okay, and few more concerns also have been added, but then that concern is always there. If you look at some of the issues here, interoperability standards, that is also a concern even now, because I want to get services from different cloud service providers. Can I integrate them? All right. Can a service on one cloud talk to the service on the other cloud? Okay. Can they interoperable? Are they interoperable? Right. Of course, the standards answer this question. Okay, some standards are being evolved. Right. Yeah, these are some of the concerns actually. So it still remains actually, if I move back to my premises, is it going to be easy, right? Or you want to migrate from one cloud to other cloud, how easy it is. So are you going to be vendor locked kind of thing? So these are the concerns. But if you look at the on top, actually, security still remains the first concern. This is taken in 2022, actually. So security still remains at the top. Okay. Yeah, there are some. Right. Yeah, some of the issues have been able to hear me? Hello? Are you able to hear me? Is there anybody?
Yes, sir. Able to hear, sir.
Shall I continue?
Yes, sir. Continue, sir. Yes, sir. Continue, sir.
Yeah, some of the issues have gone out, but then security still remains the main concern here. In fact, some of the issues have been addressed in the cloud. Okay, some standards have come, and probably they worked out the interoperability as well. The migration also has taken care of, and so on. Yes. Right. Yeah, if you look at from the point of view of technologies, actually, I would say there are two important technologies that I can call them as enabling technologies. So one is, of course, virtualization. The other one is the standard, right? Web service architecture standard. These things are helping to resolve some of the issues which I've raised. Of course, the standard. The virtualization is, of course, the one which makes it possible to create virtual machines of your choice. That means you can always say, what is the computing power I want? What is the storage I want, right? And what is the network bandwidth I want, kind of things, right? You give the specifications, you get your virtual machine. So the trick is the virtualization. Okay, right. So it'll apportion the amount of computing power you want, the storage you want, and then the technology is able to give you that machine, which we are calling virtual machine, right? Of course, there is a physical infrastructure down under, but then it is capable of taking that portion and then give it to you, right? I'll not go into this virtualization aspect, but then it's very mature technology, I would say, right? And of course, the virtual machines are created, and then the services are created over and above that, and they're delivered using standard. I think I just now told you that the standards are required to make it interoperable. So it's quite possible that you hire the service from different providers, and then you want them to work together, right? And for various reasons, of course, you want to migrate from one to the other. The standard might help you, right? Yeah. So this, of course, these services, happen in different forms. Okay, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and application or software as a service. Okay. Yeah, there are different organizations specialized in one or more kind of services. Yeah. At a low end, you can have infrastructure as a service. I can get a bare machine, virtual machine, and then I can have my own operating system, and then you can have your own other software installed on that. And you can use like you use your physical machine, right? Or they can provide some platform on which actually you can develop and test, then make it available to other users. And of course, you're not worried about all this, and you just have the application itself as a service. All these possibilities are there, right? Infrastructure as a service, which delivers computing infrastructure, okay, and typically consists of virtual platforms. All right, it could be a software as a service, so it could be web-based application or any application, okay, or it could be platform as a service, where we are provided with a platform for development. Then, yeah, if you have an idea, actually, you don't have to have a computer. We just hire the platform and develop, then test it, make it available, and you can make money, right? You can, your idea can fetch you money, right? You don't have to actually own this idea infrastructure. You just have to have ideas. Yeah, it just from that point of view, I would say that the cloud computing actually has enabled right democratization of this computing, right? Yeah, there are various service providers, major service providers. Just cover a few aspects of this, right, before I end this. Yeah, there's Amazon, and very popular, right? And they are very good at providing infrastructure service, right? And you can hire a virtual machine so easily within no time, actually, I would tell you, right? And then start using these computers. Okay. Yeah. Also, we have on the other extreme, Google App Engine, which you can have your applications on Google Web Servers, then start using it. On the other side, in the middle, we have actually Microsoft Azure. They provide .NET platform. You can actually develop software, deploy your software, make use of them. They're very popular, I would say. All these three are very, very popular, and they're very much used by the various organizations and individuals. Yeah, AWS, if you would like to have a look at it, actually. So one should see, if you're a computer science person, probably people and have a look at it, and you can have a real feeling actually how these virtual machines work. Yeah, AWS, which is actually by Amazon. Okay, this is a cloud service provider, right? Yeah, there are different products as part of it. Okay, in fact, the products that they provide are increasing day by day, actually. Amazon Elastic Computing Cloud, which we call EC2, provides scalable virtual private servers using Zen. Zen is basically virtualization software. Right, you can have a virtual machine. You can specify, what is the power you want, computing power. Okay, and you get your EC2. You can also mention the storage. The storage service is provided as S3, simple storage service. Okay, very easy to use this service you can have. Okay, So you can put any file on that. Okay. The information is stored as objects in S3. Right. You can also have a database, Amazon Simple DB. It provides the same functionality as your relational database. Okay. Also, it provides the MapReduce, programming platform, right? MapReduce along with the Hadoop, distributed file system, a very powerful combination. Okay. So you can do huge amount of processing on large data, okay, which you can you be using even for your data science applications, AI applications, and machine learning applications. Yeah, very powerful combination. This is Hadoop, distributed file system, MapReduce, and the Hadoop framework. Okay. That makes a very deadly combination. And then, of course, you can also create virtual private cloud using Amazon, right? You can have your own virtual private cloud on the on this platform. There are many more products that are given us. You just get an idea of what how the whole thing is evolved, right? So you can hire a EC2 virtual machine. You can add a storage to it, right? And you can have a database. You can have MapReduce, a very powerful programming parallel programming platform, right? You can integrate with this with HD FS, that is Hadoop distributed file system, and also you can there's a lot of Hadoop framework which enables you use this platform very, very effectively. Also, you can have virtual private cloud over and above this. Okay, right. Yeah, the Amazon actually provides EC2 web service that provides resizable compute capacity in the cloud. So you can actually increase the computing power you want or decrease and so on. Okay. Yeah, it appears like your hardware, okay, provides users with complete control over this, right? And you can have built a software stack on that. Okay. You can have your own choice of operating system and so on. And you can have your applications on that. You can manage network access permissions, and you can run images using many or few systems as you desire. Actually, you can build your own applications on that and then run on the EC2. Yeah, you can actually get for free also. Okay. Yeah, this is Amazon EC2. Their features. Of course, there are elastic capacity. That means you can increase or decrease the computing power or storage and so on. You have complete control on that. It is reliable. Yeah, a lot of I didn't tell you the entire story. A lot of fault tolerance is built into the system. You never feel the failure of anything in the cloud, right? I think all of you must have studied this fault tolerance as part of your coursework, but they apply here actually. So they apply and then make sure that the failure is not visible to the user. Okay, the fact that your virtual machine is failed for some reason is not visible to you because it takes over and then the other virtual machine comes into act, and then you don't see the failure at all. Yeah, so of course they provide a lot of security, and of course the performance is wonderful, I would say, because the availability of so many resources at the cloud. Yeah, they are on-demand instances. Okay, yeah, on demand you're getting, right? And there are reserved instances, is something like the ready-made things that are available, configurations. You don't have to think too much, right? So you want different sizes to have, right? Like your trousers, so on. So you have all kinds of things possible, ready-made. You can make a choice, and then, or you can configure whatever you want actually. So you can configure, or you can use already configured ones. Okay. Right. Right. You can have all kinds of facilities you have on that AWS. Right. Yeah, I'll just give you how we can use this. Create an Amazon machine image, AMI, containing your applications, libraries, all that. Actually, you can create an image of the entire, software stack. Okay, and choose the type of operating system. You can start, terminate, or you can control the life cycle of the software as well. You can also make a choice whether actually you want to use multiple locations, right? The number of virtual machines you want to use, and whether you want to use IP, what IP address and how many IP addresses you want to use, right? And then pay only for the resource that you have actually used. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say about this. Amazon is very popular, as I told you. Yeah, you can add storage for that. Okay. S3 is again very popular, right? And then unlimited storage you can have, highly scalable, reliable. Yeah, they provide highly reliable storage, I would say. Secure, of course, performance is excellent. Okay. Right, they also work with other AWS products, obviously. Yeah, this is an application. I just put this application, right? If you want to do some operations and photos, right? You want to reduce the red eye, or you want to crop, you want to recolor, you want to do various operations. Yeah, this gives you one some idea, right? How it's used. You can see that if you see the diagram, there are EC2 instances, okay, and you have lots of photos on which you want to operate. That is the data. The data can be stored in S3. Yeah, S3 is the one actually which you can use the S3 for storing binary data. Okay, and then of course you can also have if you require database as well. You can see here actually web server receives a request, put request message in the queue, and pictures are stored in the S3, right? And then you schedule this tasks on different EC2 machine instances, and result is put in the back into the queue. Okay, yeah, just look at the way things happen, right? So your web service request takes the request, the data is stored in S3, which you want to operate on, and of course you schedule this job on the EC2 instances. You can have multiple instances. It depends, how quickly you want to perform this task. Okay. Yeah, all that happens if you are using a MapReduce for this. This is a fit example for that actually. So if you are using MapReduce, okay. Yeah, so that is about AWS, and then of course there are Google App Engine. That's also very popular now, right? And this is a platform for building and hosting web applications mainly on Google data servers. Okay, supports either Python or Java, right? You can upload your application and ready to run. No need to maintain, right? Your servers easy to scale and scale up and scale down and so on. Okay. It is a scalable infrastructure so that you can write server-side applications on top. Okay. Very easy to use again, right? And you can host your applications using Google's App Engine. In fact, you can also have AI. There a lot of AI applications are already available as part of your Google App Engine. I just put this because you people are going through this. Okay. Yeah, plenty of applications are already available. Yeah, these Google data centers are available throughout the world. In fact, even in India, we have these data centers coming up. Okay, in Hyderabad also coming. Yeah, Google data centers are everywhere. You just why I put this is right. The fact that the virtual machine is created on some data center is not visible to you, right? So this is what we call location transparency. So you don't have to know actually. You will not know that, and you can see the amount of redundancy they have. Any failure will not be visible to the user. Yeah, it's a wonderful technology that exists now. These data centers are at different locations. Okay. Yeah, App Engine does one thing well. App Engine handles HTTPS requests, right? Nothing else. They they work like RPC, remote procedure calls, if you are aware of this. Okay, a simple mechanism. Okay, and the ARP configuration is that simple. Everything is built to scale. That means you can actually increase the resources and decrease the resource as you require, and everything is automatically managed, and load balancing is done, right? And you don't have to worry about that. Okay, so yeah, I hope you understand the meaning of load balance. So if you have multiple virtual machines, it may happen that a virtual machine is highly loaded, and it may be hindrance to your performance. Okay, so it actually gets balanced. Okay, right. Local development environment. Okay, Google App Engine software development kit is also available. And this gives some idea about this App Engine. You see the middle there is Python, virtual machines there, and then it uses various services. It uses database. It uses cache and requests and response. Actually, as as you send this Python machine, actually is one which takes your requests and then schedules this requests and then gets the work done. Okay. Yeah, an app is also application is your requests will be routed to the application, and then it gets executed, and then of course the result is passed on. Yeah, they made it very simple and very powerful mechanism, right? Yeah, another view of the same thing, right? So the HTTP request comes and response goes, and you see that there is a data store clusters, there are various and nodes on which actually you are application runs. Yeah, before I close, I would like to just introduce, you know, an important file system that is called HDFS. Okay. I think all of you are aware of this distributed file system. DFS is a classical model of file system distributed across multiple machines. The purpose is basically enable sharing dispersed files and make it appear as if they are local. Okay. So the fact that they are distributed is not known to your application. You can write an application as if the files are available local. So that's the beauty of it. Right. The fact that they are at different places, it should not matter. Why I'm introducing this concept is basically all this AWS and your Google, they use this extensive because it is it's very core to your cloud. So because these files are different places, and then there's a huge, of course, there is also huge requirement for the storage. For all these reasons, actually, we need to have a very efficient distributed file system. Okay. Yeah, still a lot of research is being done on this particular aspect. Okay. Right. Of course, they should provide network transparency, right? And network transparency mean to say location transparency and location independence. The fact that the files are different places should not matter, right? And the name of file also will not change irrespective of the location. So it doesn't matter where the file is, you can still address as if it is local. That's what we call it as transparency, like network transparency. Okay. And also it should be available, highly aware. That means the failures should not be reflected into the user. Yeah, these are the goals of the distributed file system. Now I introduce what is known as Hadoop. Hadoop is actually the one which actually is extensively used, to provide this. Of course, in combination with MapReduce, they use Google MapReduce. Right. Yeah, those who are interested, actually, they can go through this very interesting, file system, the way they have implemented this. It is based on a simple programming model, which is called MapReduce, and a simple data model as well. Okay. Of course, it is the Hadoop framework consists of on two main layers. Yeah, distributed file system and that is the other one is the MapReduce. Yeah, those who are interested, you can have a look at this. Yeah, this is very crucial to your cloud environment, because if you're going to the cloud, one reason that you may go to the cloud is you have huge data to be processed, and it should be processed at with a good performance. And HDFS is a solution for all these things, or the distributed file system, which I'm calling it as DFS, is a solution for this problem. Okay. Yeah, a lot of fault tolerance is also built into that. The replication is done right across the data centers, across the different racks, so that failure is in one node is not going to be an issue at all. I'll just skip this part. Those who are interested, actually, they can go through this HDFS file system. Okay. The extent to which actually they go to provide the quality of service right? This is an example actually, how well they have done, so that, the service is provided with quality. I'll just skip this part. This is an example actually, where you see that the HDFS actually uses a name node and data nodes. Name node actually stores the metadata about the files, okay? And these files are stored on different blocks across the nodes. Yeah, the other example is Microsoft Azure, which is also very popular, and the way it is architectured is different from others, but the objective is still the same, which I have told you, right? In fact, they architectured this as having a number of components. Okay, there is a computation, there is a storage, there is fabric controller, there is a network, there is connect part, and there is content network. All that is, basically, right, put together and provide the cloud services. Yeah, there are 3 different architectures, right? Which are just giving overview so that you people can go into the details of these architectures and then get to know actually how well they have done this whole job. Okay. Yeah, that Microsoft Azure does slightly different way actually. So, but they still have the concept of computation, power and storage, and the controller, and of course content delivery network, and the connect, that is a network. Yeah, just before end, okay, I just would like to tell you what we are doing as part of our research. Just 5 minutes I'll spend on this. Yeah, in the first few slides, I told you security is the top concern. Yeah, the security concerns that we have in normal classical computing are still there in the cloud computing, but there are some extra concerns. These security problems stem from loss of control, lack of trust, multi-tenancy. In fact, once you put the data on the cloud, it looks as if you are losing the control over your own data, right? And lack of trust. So how far you can trust the company to which you are outsourcing? Also, there is another problem. Not only you are there in the cloud, your competitor is also there in the cloud. So the security problems multiply, actually, they increase here because of these specific issues, right, in the cloud. Okay, there's a loss of control, there's a lack of trust, and there's a multi-tenancy. So all these problems compound the problem of what is known as security. These problems exist mainly in third-party management models. Okay, self-managed, that means on premises, you still have the security issues which I have told you earlier. Okay. Now, what we are trying to do is a way to delegate processing of my data without giving away access to it. Can I keep my data and still have control over my data? That's the question mark. Okay. If you can solve the problem, many users, many people who are hesitating also will embrace this cloud. Okay. Yeah. Can I keep my data and still have my control over it? Okay. Because the moment I keep my data there, it is appearing to me as if I am losing my control. Yeah, this is, we modeled this as follows. Okay. Yeah, from the point of view of data, if you look at the data, data has a life cycle. Okay. Data is sometimes in the transit. Okay. Moving from client to server, server to client. Okay. On a web or any other platform. Yeah, this problem is resolved. Okay, if you are using HTTPS, this problem is resolved. If you are using your mobile, this problem is resolved. Okay, that means when the data is moving, right, in the transit, it is always encrypted. Yeah, you can also put the data at rest encrypted. That means you can actually, the data is at rest, you can always encrypt it. The problem is when the data is in operation, right? The moment you want to do some operation on the data, even if it is encrypted, you have to decrypt. That is the normal requirement, right? I think all of you are following. But if you can protect the data, even during the operation also, then the problem is resolved. So this is actually how we have, viewed the data life cycle. Data is in transit, data at rest, data in operation. I hope you are getting the point. Data in operation means I want to add two numbers. These numbers have to be in plain. I cannot keep them in the encrypted form. If I can actually solve this problem, I can, protect the data always. Yeah, that is where actually we were working, right? There's something called homomorphic encryption, which allows operations directly on the data, right? There's a lot of research that is happening. You people can actually get into this. Craig Gentry is the one who actually done a breakthrough the research in 2009. He has proved that there is encryption which actually allows directly operating on the data itself. You don't have to decrypt at all. Now, how do you get the control? I have the key. I can keep my data on the cloud, and I can be rest assured nobody can open my data because I have the key. And I can do all the operations without actually decrypting. Okay. So many of our research scholars have done a lot of work, and all over the world people are doing. Those who are actually interested to actually look at this. If you just imagine, I'm just giving you a clue. Search is, I think all of you know search operation. Search operation is such a widely used operation. If I can search on the encrypted data, right, I can always keep my data in encrypted form. The other one which we are looking at is this. Okay. Yeah, quality of service. Right. There is a need to map user requirements into virtualized resource allocation. Okay. Always user wants, he doesn't specify in terms of the resources. He specifies in terms of quality of service that you give. Can I map this into your resources? Few students are also doing this work, quality of service. Right. The problem is monitoring the resource usage, load characterization, scheduling resources to meet the SLAs, and mapping SLAs into virtualized resources. That's a challenge, actually. So some of you actually can doing work. There are dozens of open resource issues. I just at the end I'll like to put in cloud computing. There is a problem of software licensing. To some extent, it is resolved. Yeah, seamless integration of private and cloud services. Okay. Yeah, is it possible that you can club these two things? As I told you, security, privacy, trust, all these are important. Cloud lock-in, that means once you use, you have to use that provider, service provider once. Okay. How do you resolve this? Application scalability across multiple clouds. Can I use multiple clouds? Is a question mark, right? And clouds federation. Can we have different clouds coming together, right? And energy efficient resource utilization. Okay. And of course, very important, the pollution part. Okay. Right. So can you reduce CO2 emission and so on? And there is another important is regulatory and legal issues. Okay, there's some of the issues which you people can work on that. In fact, I end this with this. Okay. I overshot this time. Please excuse me because I have lost some time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Really interesting that the session is
Thank
going
you
to be
very
quite
much, sir.
attractive because everybody nowadays wanted having a lot of data, but how to process it, they are finding a difficulty. And the real challenge is how to balance the complexity with the security. That has been well taken by you. So thank you, sir. Participants, if you have any queries, please post in the chat box so that I will take it one by one.
Right.
If you have any queries, please post in the chat box.
Thank you.
Kindly post your questions in the chat box. So if there are no further questions, we'll wind up the session. So we would like to thank our Vice Chancellor for delivering an enthralling lecture, enabling. So if the participants are truly benefited, they should be able to take something out of this lecture and be able to either improve their knowledge or progress with any research or projects, or even if it has enhanced your knowledge to a small extent, this lecture is worth it. The same is the case with every lecture. I wish to thank one and all who have assembled here. And so, as we do every day, so tomorrow morning, we request all the participants to be available well before 10 o'clock. The starting time of the session, 10 o'clock, we'll be having another interesting session from an industrial personnel tomorrow morning. So be here at 9 o'clock. And even if there are any queries, you can continue to post in your chat box. So I thank one and all once again. So I would like all the participants to just switch on their videos. Just switch on their videos so that we can, all participants. Thank you. Other participants also kindly switch on your videos. Thank you. Thank you, one and all. We would like to see you all again tomorrow morning by 10 o'clock. Thank you.